still live on LinkedIn?
We are live.
Are you kidding? So people are just like watching you sit and look at your phone?
What's that? We're rocking. Well, there's a screen up that says coming soon.
Oh, okay. So
Official
they
live
couldn't-
broadcast starts in a little bit.
Oh, okay. Well,
There's only two of us. I think I'm one of them.
What time does everything go to, like, for the event-wise? One more time.
I think it's over the last talking's at 5 o'clock. I think.
all right, cool. I don't know. I'm just here for the ride.
How was yesterday?
It was great. We got at 3:30, but we had a nice dinner.
Cool.
Brandon, Jeffs, and Mike was there.
Cool. Were you at the thing?
What thing?
With the RL?
No,
Yeah.
No, this was just a dinner like with God. Okay, just what are they called? Team Taylor. Jeez. I got Team Jeff, Team Taylor.
That's good.
But it is what it is. What'd you do yesterday?
Set all this up.
Just that?
We did.
That's a lot of stuff.
We did. What's with dinner? We did a couple of hours.
Yeah,
It's always like a bop around.
it is. But it's hard to bop around. I noticed here when you get invited to a few different things because the bop is a bigger bop than it would be in Vegas. You're like this room, this bar, this bar,
Right.
and then here it's like
It's a 20-minute Uber ride.
exactly. That's exactly. Okay, well, good. I don't have to steal your time here. I just wanted to
Oh,
come say hi.
hang
And
as long as you want.
we had a moment, and this chair like feels really cool and like kind of nice and cozy right now. So
You
Can
can.
the restroom?
What you won a resilience award?
On the other end?
Yeah, I'm going.
I
You
did? I mean, I am very resilient, so
Yeah.
thank you for noticing.
Was there? Yeah, I saw a post recently that you were at like a gala.
Oh yes, I didn't win an award though.
Oh.
No, we just gave them our money. It's support a good cause. You know
Good,
what I mean?
good.
So yes, I didn't even.
1 2 check. 1 2 check.
Yes, crap. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's nice and no, where did you park? They had some sidewalks over here, and they originally said it was paid parking, but I got it. So I think. How do you charge you on the way out? I don't know. I don't get it. Look at that. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil.
1 2 check. 1 2. 1 2.
Baby girl. There you are.
What do you want to do with like badges off? How's the sun? This is looking at me read a little bright. Cool. It's very legit.
Super legit. How's the does the mic feed into, or how does that work?
These are just props.
These are props. Sick. Nice. All right. Cool.
They're actually edible.
They're
Oh,
edible.
really? Amazing. Yeah.
And I think we need to get a sign. We have a live mic and camera at all times in here.
That is
Where is it streaming?
definitely true. We do need a lot of.
Where is it streaming to?
Yeah.
LinkedIn.
Oh, cool. And so
LinkedIn,
people
we've
are
heard
like
of that.
dialing in. Nice. Hey, everybody.
Yeah. Hey, fam. Oh, cool. Okay. So, just jumping right in. So, hey, everybody. My name is Kyle Lagunas. I am the founder and principal analyst at Kyle & Co. I am here joined by the CEO and co-founder of GEM, Steve Bartel. Steve, you want to say hey?
Yeah. Thanks for having me. It's good to be here.
Yeah.
Now, are we looking at that camera or that camera or that camera?
You know, I feel like we need to have a producer telling us this. Staring into the middle cam is the wide cam, and these are the two close-ups.
Look at each other. All right. Deal.
Staring into my eyes. I feel like this is where I was reading my vows to my husband. Like, it's just so awkward. You have what you want to say in front of you, and I'm making eye contact for the pictures. All right. Well, so we're coming in live from RecFest. This is one of my favorite events. The weather is incredible.
Gorgeous.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's nice to be outside. I would like a breeze if the good Lord sees fit to give us one. Yeah,
I'll
but
take it.
you guys have been here before, right? This is a
Yeah.
show for you.
Yeah, we've been to RecFest. This is my first time though.
Is it
So
really?
It's really cool to be here. Yeah.
How do you feel about festivals?
I like festivals. Yeah. I like being outdoors.
Yeah,
I like music.
yeah,
A lot of festivals have some nice outdoor music, but it's really cool. This is just such a different vibe from like the other conferences that I go to.
yeah. I think so too. It is interesting to see how many recruiter practitioners show up.
Yeah.
I'm actually seeing a lot of like recruiting teams, like the head of TA bringing their team. You
Yeah.
know, like frontline team, like everybody coming in. It's like a nice professional development day. I like to see that.
That is really and I just saw that too. I was just meeting with somebody, a head of recruiting plus one of their recruiters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
team
look at
of
everybody's
3.
badges. Everybody's at the same company.
Yeah,
They're all sitting
exactly.
together.
Like in a little tribe.
Yeah.
Totally.
Well, I know you're presenting. You guys just released a major piece of research, a major body of work.
as a researcher myself, kudos to you. It seems like a
Thank
lot
you.
of love went into it, a lot of data.
Oh yeah.
I thought there were some really interesting findings. I captured a couple of highlights that I want to call out to frame up the conversation.
Sure.
Because I actually, a lot of vendors publish research of their own. This really stood out to me as actually representative of the market. So I want to call out some things that stood out. 87% of companies plan to grow headcount, but 39% of TA teams expect to stay flat or shrink.
It's wild, yeah.
What do we think about that?
Oh, it's really interesting. I mean, I think it underscores what a lot of folks are seeing and feeling in the industry, which is, hiring is going up. I mean, that's cool. It's great for our industry that people are getting back to growing headcount. But, unfortunately, companies aren't willing to grow their recruiting teams in tandem. And so I think a lot of folks are thinking, like, all right, how do I increase headcount while getting more out of the team that I have? Or maybe just adding a few incremental recruiters to the team. And so that creates a lot of challenges for recruiting teams.
I think especially because we're being held accountable for outcomes and not just processing people, right? They want us to deliver higher quality hires. They want us to do more with less, right? The expectations are higher than they've been before.
They are. Actually, I have some really cool data to back that up.
Yeah.
So, the data that here, these insights were from this really cool survey that we ran. We just surveyed, this was like last month, surveyed 200 heads of recruiting, heads of rec ops. We have this other really unique data set, which is our benchmark data. And that's based on top of thousands of GEM customers, something like 170 million applicants in that data set.
Approximately,
4 million recruiting emails sent. Like, it's a really broad data set. And what we're seeing in the data is really interesting. Smaller teams than ever. I think team sizes are down on average 4 recruiters per team compared to 3 years ago. They're handling 3x the inbound compared to 3 years ago. And then on top of that, each recruiter is managing 55% more recs than 3 years ago, right? And so smaller teams doing more recs, handling more inbound, and then each rec is harder to fill. We're seeing each rec take 8 days more time to fill.
Interesting.
Than 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And 42% more interviews per hire.
Yeah.
So that's the stat that always surprises people. I mean, I think people are feeling it in the trenches, but very few people realize just how much more work it is to make one hire.
People are feeling like it's more work just because the teams are shrinking, but it's actually both at the same time. The workload is growing and the teams are shrinking or staying flat.
Exactly. And smaller teams are managing more recs that are taking more interviews, taking longer to fill. And I think it goes back to one of the things that you had shared earlier about people just have higher expectations for recruiting teams. I think there's this idea in the industry that, there's like a lot of applicants out there. Surely it must be easier to recruit. But it's just not true. We're actually seeing the opposite in the data. But I think what it's creating is somewhat unrealistic expectations from hiring managers and execs on quality of candidate, quality of hire.
Yeah.
And so they're pushing for, let's just keep this role open for a little bit longer. Let's see more candidates.
Yeah.
Whereas, I think 3 years ago, people would have jumped on the really amazing candidate that was at the finish line.
Which had to go, each had to hire. I think that is interesting because that is kind of feels like the things coming back around. That's like hiring manager behavior that's existed in the past. Like one more candidate, one more. Let's show me one more. I think it is interesting because recruiting professionals need to operate at a higher level now. They can't just be processing applicants, and owning recruiting workflows. They've got to advise. They have to influence. It's really difficult. How are you seeing maybe AI? The 2-letter word that's at every show now. How is that helping that? How is that like meeting that moment? I think we still have a lot of automation to do. That's fine, but I feel like there are more like value add capabilities that we're seeing hit the market that is actually getting those TA professionals out of the weeds, out of the day to day.
Exactly. I think that's what a lot of folks are hoping is the answer to this, because with smaller teams doing more work, each rec taking longer, taking more interviews, with companies expecting to grow headcount but not expecting to grow their teams proportionally, I think a lot of folks are thinking like, well, how can I get more out of the team I have? How can we make things more efficient, improve processes, but also like one of the biggest sources of efficiency that a lot of folks are looking into right now is how can AI help? Right? And so, I think there's a huge opportunity for AI to help, especially like with inbound, with
Yeah.
recruiters getting
Yeah.
thousands of applicants for a single role, it's just like no longer tenable to review every
No.
single one manually. And so a lot of our customers are seeing a ton of success with throwing some AI screening at that.
Yeah.
The cool thing about the way AI works these days is it's based on natural language. So it's no longer this like black box algorithm
Yeah.
where you train it up on tons and tons of data and it spits out an answer, you don't know why.
Yeah.
In this day and age with AI, recruiters can actually maintain control over like what the algorithm is doing by
Yeah.
saying, hey, here are the 5 to 10 criteria. Oftentimes, like starting with the job description, maybe a spot doc or like an internal calibration doc with their hiring
Yeah.
manager. Feed that in. Here's the 5 to 10 criteria that I want to rank or qualify this like massive pool of applicants based on. And then when you get the scores on the other side, AI can even explain like why it ranks somebody the way it did.
Yeah.
And so what we're seeing is, customers are saving a ton of time. I was just talking to a recruiting leader at Zillow. They've been some of the early adopters of this. We have hundreds of customers, by the way,
Yeah.
leveraging AI already across our GEM customer base. Zillow's seeing 75% time savings.
Yeah,
on their
wow.
inbound. And I was just at
That
a
makes a big deal. I mean, because
huge
that's
deal.
just, yeah, I mean, that's just a deluge, right? And you're just like underwater already. You're making me think it's like the challenge right now isn't just do more with less, it's do great work with minimal resources.
Totally.
And it's just like such a dichotomy of expectation versus reality. But I think I am seeing, there was a lot of anxiety around AI for a long time. And I think that there is still some because people don't know, you're seeing this trend of recruiting orgs shrinking still. But I do see the ones, like a lot of recruiters are like, oh no, this is a capability for me.
It is, yeah.
I'm seeing people jamming out on stuff now, like sourcing jams where you work on a rec together and show the search string you build or whatever.
Yep.
I do see more of like AI jams in recruiting meeting culture.
Yeah.
And I'm really happy to see that.
No, that's so cool. And I think that's actually one of the big barriers to getting value out of AI. It's not just like the tools, but it's also how does everybody become AI fluent?
Yeah.
And so this idea of an AI jam where like we're sharing best practices on like how to prompt and like the different use cases that we're all exploring, like, yeah, it feels like a really, really cool thing for the industry. We actually hosted one of those ourselves the other day.
Okay.
It was less of a jam, but it was this session we did on just like how to write good prompts.
Yeah.
In a recruiting context.
Yeah.
And some of it was in the context of Gem, but some of it was just like, how do you write effective prompts using GPT or Claude or something like that? And we had our lead PM and our lead eng manager who's building the AI products themselves come and like join one of our customer success experts.
You let the nerds out of the back?
Yeah, it was amazing because they're like the closest to the tech.
Yeah.
And have like all of the insights on like why you need to prompt things a certain way.
Yeah.
And it was so cool. It was our most attended webinar in years. We had thousands of people dial in for that.
That's so cool. Well, I mean, honestly, so we do research too, and I published a study last month about the drivers of momentum in AI, and the number one is AI literacy. It's not expertise; it's literacy. The people need to understand what this is, and in the context of their work, how it can and can't work.
Yeah.
Otherwise AI is just going to happen to them, right?
Totally. And one of the most surprising things about AI is like, I think that because there's like so much promise from AI, I think expectations for what it's good at and what it's not very clearly understood by the industry. And
people do almost expect it to be magic.
Right. And to be able to do things that it can't. And we ran into this with actually that AI ranking product that I just told you about. Here's a fun little story. Like early on in that product development, we built it. It worked really well, but one of the hardest parts of it is like as recruiters, like you had to figure out how to prompt it. Basically, the way it works is we take in 5 to 10 criteria for the role.
Sure.
That the recruiter tells us, or maybe it's based on the job description or something like that. And then we can do some like matching and ranking based on the resume, just passing in like that natural language into these new AI models and saying like, hey, does this person meet this qualification? Give us a score 1 to 10. Do they meet this qualification or not? Go down the list of 5 to 10 qualifications. And so the way it works is actually pretty simple. Now, I think because it's AI, folks had a little bit of an unrealistic expectation for what it can do and what it can't. And some people started to put qualifications in there that you'd really only be able to tell from a phone screen.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
For example, like strong communicator.
Yeah.
Like you can't really tell that necessarily from somebody's resume. So like
Yeah.
the qualitative skills that
My
you
resume is
evaluate.
trash.
Well,
I
all
think-
right, maybe if your resume is trash and has a lot
You
of
know?
typos, that could say something about your communication
Yeah.
skills.
Well, no, but I
like,
think I'm a great communicator,
well,
actually,
that's
you know?
exactly, and there's so many things that like we can only understand from actually talking to a
Huh.
human, and I think people just have these unrealistic expectations of like an AI being able to do that simply based on somebody's LinkedIn profile or a resume.
Yeah.
And so, teaching the industry best practices on how to prompt is just as important, maybe more important than like making sure that the technology works really.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially because there's so much more product in market. It is so much with Gen AI. It's so much easier to ship new features and
Totally.
ship a product, like ship a feature, call it a platform, and get $20 million in funding. You know,
Totally.
which is reckless. And I think if you are like, I was talking to a senior talent acquisition leader at a like Fortune 25, and they were evaluating a tool that had no like. The guy that built it had never been in recruiting. They had like 3 employees. He'd had like 3 jobs for 1 year each, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm really thinking this might be something we need to pilot here." I'm like, because they only look at features, they don't understand how these things work. You know, especially
Yeah.
with AI interviewing, like that's a very sensitive use case,
Oh,
right?
it
It's
is.
interfacing with thousands of people. Like, you can't just take the one that looks good, right? You need to actually understand how they work well or not. That's you
Totally.
can't do that if you're not literate, right?
Totally, and it's really challenging, especially because a lot of these new AI products demo really well.
Yes. Yeah.
But then when you actually use them in practice, there's all these edge cases and
Yeah.
gotchas and like misfires that you didn't expect.
Yeah.
And so I think that it's really cool that there's so much innovation happening, but with all the innovation happening, it can be a little bit hard right now to separate what's real from what's
Sure.
noise.
Yeah. But it's more critical. If we pull the thread all the way from the beginning, it's more
Yes.
critical because you can't afford to fail. Like, you know,
Yeah.
our resources are capped and our teams are strapped, and we have to get it right. You know, it's like
Totally.
that's what's so difficult because like AI, it is still something of an experiment. We do still need to be learning, and that means potentially like failing forward sometimes. That TA is in a catch-22, man. Like, we need the help. We need to be able to pilot things and see what works and what doesn't. But at the same time, we don't have the space to
Don't
do
have the
it. You
luxury.
know?
Like,
Yeah.
we can't be wasting time on AI pilots that are hurting more than helping. It's
Yeah.
it is a little bit of a confusing time, I think, for the
Sure.
industry right now.
But I think it's also where vendors like Gem, who is not a client, I am just saying this because I mean it. I think that you guys are a good partner to
Yeah.
your clients. You know, and partnership is a word that has been thrown around in the space for a long time. It matters more now than ever that I know that I can trust you.
Totally.
You know how important it is to me to execute on this. You know that I have no more headcount to add, and I really need the scale out of this new feature you're offering me. Like, you know what I mean?
It needs to work.
Yeah.
And a big part of it working is actually, I see it as our mission is also to make recruiting teams more AI fluent. We need
Yeah.
to teach them as well
Yeah.
best practices on how to leverage AI, because that's like half the battle.
It's so funny you say best practices because I remember I came into the space when cloud and SaaS were new.
Yep.
And every vendor was like, "Oh, we build the technology, you bring the strategy." And like we're not a consultancy. You know, we're not coming in and optimizing your processes, et cetera. We're just here to implement the tech. It's changing.
Yep.
Vendors are bringing best practices, especially around new innovations like AI.
I mean, we have to.
Yeah.
And I think it's our imperative
Yeah.
that we do so.
Yeah. You're solution providers, not
Totally.
just tech vendors. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
It means something. Well, thanks for coming on and jamming out with me a little bit.
Yeah.
Where can people find the new report?
Yes. So you can find it on gem.com, and all of our data-driven reports, like they're available for folks whether you're a Gem customer or not. So really encourage you to check it out. There's actually 3 awesome assets. One is that trends report where we surveyed 200 people, hot off the press last month. The other 2 are these awesome benchmark reports that we refresh every single year.
Okay.
And so the first covers like industry stats as a whole.
Okay.
That's where some of those stats that I was sharing with you before came from. 42% more interviews per hire, 8 more days to fill a role, 3x the applicants. That's based on thousands of Gem customers, aggregate data across all those customers. And then the last one I think is really cool, really valuable. It's less about what's happening in the industry, but it's more like data-driven best practices on how to get the most out of your sourcing.
Okay.
So, like, what time of day to send your emails, the impact of personalization, subject line best practices,
Yeah.
all based on data. So, 3 different reports.
Love
You can
that.
find them all on gem.com. We open source them every year. Really encourage you to check them out.
Yeah, I absolutely will. Might even have to do a little write up. All right. Well, thanks for joining us, Steve. Have a great time at the festival.
Thank you. Good to be here. Bye, all.
Hey, buddy. Good. How are you? Good to see you.
wasn't sure if Captain was on it, but
It's hot. We had things that actually made some swag.
you know, like
It's a real
Give
champion.
us one more week if we're looking for
I
weather.
Yeah.
wasn't sure if it's for you or your kids. That's a freestyle disc.
Okay.
It's from my friend's wedding, but this guy's so you could like put a sticker on it if you didn't like the design. That's like really good, just like beach, like match this.
Sweet.
That's a disc ball.
All right.
That's like
Dude, the girls are gonna love it.
yeah, and that's a mini from the USDGC. So this falls like wherever you throw from, you have to take your next throw from there to your
That's super cool.
and then you take your next throw.
Yeah, do that. Sure.
Yeah. That's like one of the best in the world.
This is the best team.
Well, this is the 80 yards. It's a pump for everything. So the girls, like, if you have like one this, they want to play the whole course, but this would be a great choice. I just mean this guy, this is like the signature disc from Calvin. Yeah, and he's like one of the best in the world. Yeah. Yeah, man.
Thanks. I don't know.
Yeah. What's new?
We're doing, yes, man. Quiet.
Let's go, kid. Hello, hello. What's up, party people?
Hi, everyone.
This is a little awkward because we are just staring at cameras and lights. There's no people to look at, but there are thousands of people here signed in, logged in for the live stream.
Oh, wow.
Tens of thousands.
Hi, everyone. Tens of thousands?
Yeah,
Millions.
actually, almost as many people as are here at RecFest, which is, I think, in the hundreds of thousands.
Yes.
It's a big show.
All here to see you.
Actually, I heard they were here to read your new book. Hey, Julia, do you want to introduce yourself to everybody?
Yep. Hi, everyone. I'm Julia Levy. I like to say right now I'm a recovering talent acquisition exec. Just left corporate America, and in decompressing, wanted to give back to our next generation and wrote a book, but 25 years plus starting out in recruiting, Vanna White. I don't know if everyone knows Vanna White. Started out in corporate recruiting, moved my way into talent acquisition operations, and then leading global talent acquisition functions, mostly at Fortune 500 or Fortune 1000 companies.
She's been around.
I've seen.
I gotta say, corporate, it ain't for me. I couldn't cut it. I tried, and it was not for me.
Yeah.
But you know what is for me? Talent acquisition. I still absolutely love the space.
Yep.
I think it's really really cool that you were the way that you were talking about your book and like this effort of like giving back. I think that a lot of us care deeply
much.
about the work that we do. Right? It's not just a job.
I've always, like, when the pandemic happened and so many people lost their jobs and couldn't work, I had started some LinkedIn Live sessions with different recruiters and had them come in, and it was just like an hour and a half open session to answer people's questions. I've always liked to show people behind the curtain about talent acquisition and help people find jobs. That's part of my why working in TA
Yeah.
is helping people find meaningful work and work they love, whether it's for the company I work for or somewhere else. And so that's part of what happened with the book was leaving corporate.
I love that we just keep patting our little baby.
Yes. I gave birth. But giving back and helping people, and especially this next generation, because all the news stories are, unemployment is at a higher rate for recent college grads, and having run campus recruiting programs or had teams that run campus recruiting programs, making sure at the companies I've worked for that we convert people into full-time jobs, and that's a feeder pool to our entry-level roles. It's really critical, and that's where I got the idea to write about internships.
I mean, I just had a breeze through ahead of this, and I gotta say, I really like your tone of voice. It definitely felt like you were sitting down and talking to me. And I don't know about other people, but it is just way more helpful, especially when I'm receiving advice from someone, to have them meeting me where I'm at. And I just felt like, at least with like what I was seeing, some of the suggestions and just high level takeaways, it was very practical.
Mhm.
You're not trying to win a Pulitzer Prize with this. You're trying to help these people get where they need to go.
It was hard when I first started writing. I'm so used to writing in corporate tone.
Yeah, that's
and
what I mean.
corporate
Yeah.
voice that like I got several chapters done and then looked at it and said, no students
Who
want
am
to
I?
read this. Like no one
Yeah.
wants to read this. And so I had to kind of take a step back and do some rewrites. And like if
It's
I
like
were
you're sitting down with your
talking
kids and their friends.
my
you
niece
know?
and nephews, right?
Yeah.
And saying, okay, this is what it's really like. And that is the approach I took with the book, is not sugarcoating it and not giving hacks. I
Yeah.
feel like a lot of influencers are out there
Yeah.
telling you how to beat the system. I don't want to do that. I want to tell you how to work with the system because the system is very slow to change.
I think that's super savvy. Like, there are a lot of people that get cachet with like hacking and breaking, and like, I mean, there's a time and place for those kinds of like pieces of advice. I have seen too many people who have tried the hustle, who have tried the just networking and hacking, and it doesn't work. And because they missed some really important steps, really, they just expected to do the stand out, and like to have somebody say, "Hey, kid, you deserve a job here," and there really is a lot more that goes into it. I mean, there's like systematic decision making. This is program level stuff, right?
Yep.
Especially in big corporate. So let me ask: in the book, do you make any references to? Oh my God, what's it? Oh my God, I'm gonna lose it.
You left.
I was. It's a video game. But it's not Call of Duty. It's the other one, the more cartoony one. Not Halo. No, it's newer than Halo.
I mean, I have like some video game or like concert references, but I'm
Yeah.
not
I
necessarily.
was gonna be like, are we trying to reference things that they're doing
A
that we
little
don't
bit,
know?
yeah, like video games.
Did it
board
make you feel old
games.
at all? Trying
Yes.
to connect. I'm
A
old. My
little.
brain doesn't even work.
Yeah, I have that. happen.
Fortnite. That's the
Yeah.
one. Jiminy Christmas.
I do have some little references peppered in like that to try and be a little more relatable because
Yeah.
I am, middle aged. I'm not a Karen necessarily, but
Hey, Karens have feelings too.
I almost did a TikTok account, careers and coffee with Karen, but the negative connotations with Karen, I just decided to do hi to hired, hi the number 2 and hired. I just started some TikToking. We'll see if it sticks.
TikTokies.
We'll see if
I'm not
it
on
sticks
it.
with me.
I consume my TikToks as reels on Instagram like a
Yeah.
geriatric millennial.
Yeah. I'm a Gen X with millennial tendencies.
Okay.
So,
I just entered the 40 club. It was special. But I will say, like, I mean, genuinely, Julia, like, I had to just figure it out. I had no support. I had no help. I just went from one job to the next,
Yeah.
And in some ways, I'm still doing that. I mean, in the last 5 years, this is my third job. And I think that having someone who has been there and done that and is willing to share what you've learned along the way, I think is really nice. You're doing a book signing this week too. Are you feeling like a celeb?
no, not at all.
You're like, I hope people come.
Right? Yeah. One of the other booths, I'm doing a book signing, and then I am like Memphis Public Schools, I think, might be picking up my book. Not public schools,
Really?
sorry, library. Might be picking up the book, and I might do like some sessions there. And I've got
So
a couple
cool.
other universities that I'm talking with to see if they'll pick up the book and trying to get the book in like the school career centers and things like that. And I'm sure if you're a parent of a college student, this is a great resource for them.
I did see some of the quotes for like a parent, a student,
Yep.
an intern. Like, yeah, you were
Because
getting.
let's be real, like
You
if
validated
I'm
it with all of the audience.
Yeah. If I'm a college student, I'm going to spend my $20 out drinking or, doing something else than maybe buying a physical book, although there is an ebook version of it. It's
I'm an ebook.
likely a parent is going to
You got a good quote
buy
here
it for the
from
kids.
Marcy. This book is exactly what parents need to give to their students to help navigate this competitive landscape.
I talked with a lot of students. I talked with a lot of campus recruiters to understand kind of what the challenges are and what people are, struggling with.
Yeah.
And, tried to put that insider perspective from someone that's kind of built some of these systems to make sure a lot of companies, we do try and convert people, as I said before. And there's a lot of influencers out there that are giving some really bad advice, like,
What?
right? You find 100 jobs in 10
Mhm.
minutes, and then no recruiter's going to look at that.
No.
Use AI as your co-pilot, not as the easy button.
Yeah. Let me ask you, what was something that you came into this, you knew what you wanted to write about in general, you knew what you're trying to accomplish. What did you learn along the way?
That's a good question.
Mhm.
I think like having conversations with people, understanding the real challenges where they're getting stuck. I think I had some ideas of what was going on or what students are frustrated with, but definitely got some nuggets of insight. If I were still in a big corporation, I think there's things within our processes and tech stack,
Oh, interesting.
but it's really hard being a company when you're using some really large applicant tracking system software. Those softwares don't innovate quickly.
Yeah.
And so I think that that's going to be a challenge for large companies attracting this new generation, whereas smaller and mid-sized companies that are using applicant tracking systems and tools that are more nimble are going to win at the game. I
Yeah.
think the large employers are going to struggle more kind of keeping up with where AI and technology is going.
Interesting.
And like, we're still doing the same things. I was listening to some people talk at this conference yesterday, and like, it's the same problems
Yeah.
that I was solving 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, yeah, right. They're
And
like, oh, we
so,
have to do more with less. I'm like, oh, you mean like before COVID?
yeah. Or just talking about the applicant tracking systems, like, when is that going to change?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And we're in
All
this
right, so
renaissance of AI.
we really are. I mean, it really is changing everything while everything stays the same, which is such a funny paradox that we're in. But if you then, after going through and doing all of this work to put this incredible resource together, you go back into after you have detoxed enough, you go back in. What is one change that you want to prioritize in the system? Because I do think some of it does need to be hacked. Some of it does need to be broken.
Yeah.
What is one thing that you want to knock down?
I would love to be in an organization that might let me kind of blow up the processes
Interesting.
and think about things differently. Like, the job description has not changed. It's like if you're buying a car and you see that window sticker,
Hmm.
like they're
I never know
boring.
what to read about those, by the way. I'm
Right.
just like
The
pretending.
job descriptions are the same. The employer branding is the same. Every company cares about their people. Every company, well, I was going to say values diversity, but in
That's not true.
today's day and age, that might not be
They can be
so.
very performative about it.
Yeah. So, but I think that if I can get into an organization and really think differently,
Sure.
and I don't know what that looks like entirely yet, but
Mm,
I would love to kind of blow up some of the processes that I've helped build.
yeah, I mean, for sure, for sure.
I've been a part of the problem, and that's part of why I want to give those insider insights to people.
I might get in trouble for saying this, but it's Purple Acorn, so we keep it pretty real. I do wonder if you will be more effective at that because of the years of experience you have. I think a lot of people look at new young leaders to break things, but if they don't understand things that well, they just make a mess.
Yeah.
And so I do feel my instincts, my spidey senses, my maternal instincts are telling me that I think you would have a really great steady hand at that. You wouldn't. I don't imagine you would just clear the table, right?
No,
I
yeah.
think you still have to execute,
I
right?
worked in a talent acquisition operations role for several years.
Yeah,
So I
you got that
understand
street
the
cred.
behind the scenes and how things work.
Yeah, what
And
actually gets done.
I've always gone into those enterprise companies with that mindset of making what they have better,
Yeah,
but what they have is still pretty antiquated and
I
the
know, and they
same.
cling to it for dear life.
Yes.
Oh, I know.
Yes.
Well, I wish you the best.
Thank you.
I'm definitely going to come by and get my book signed.
Woo!
Yeah, I'm very excited to dig in.
And
Where
then,
can people find it?
yep. So the book's on Amazon and at books. Well, I don't think it's in the bookstores yet, but you can order High to Hired on Amazon, Barnes and Noble, etc. And then you can follow me, Julia Levy, on LinkedIn and high2hired.com. So, yeah.
Hi two or
Hi, the number 2,
okay.
high2hired.com.
Hi.
Hi.
All right. Well, thanks, Julia.
Thank
Dare I say
you. Bye, everyone.
And you guys are stuck with me. I have another interview, so I hope you like my tone of voice. Tee hee. Yeah. Bye. Yeah. Do you want to leave it here so it's on stage, or do you have copies? Okay. Yeah. Totally. It's just an interesting place in the ecosystem. You've got a lot of technology partners, a lot of yeah, true. Yeah, or us. Yeah. I don't think I can do this. It's really. How'd the session go? You coming in? Okay. Just a couple. We're good. We're gonna jump in. Yeah, we got a pretty tight schedule. And we're back here at RecFest. This one is the center camera. This is the wide angle, and then I think these are our close-ups.
Okay.
Hola,
Hey,
cola.
he make me lose 10 pounds. It'd be great.
Yeah. Actually, I'll take 15.
Make it 22.
All right. Well, everybody knows me because I've been on here for a little bit, but I'm Kyle. I'm the founder and principal at Kyle & Co. and a very happy Purple Acorn partner. I'm really excited to be sitting down with one of the OGs in the space.
Wow, dating me, huh?
Who are you?
Hey, guys. I'm Joe Shaker, president of Shaker Recruitment Marketing. Really excited to be here, Kyle.
President? That sounds very big.
Very official, right?
Yeah.
Official title. Sounds, better than CEO.
How long you been at it?
I can't tell you that because then you'll know my exact age.
Yes.
This is all I've ever done.
Why? Because you started when you were born?
I did. First word I said was recruiting.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Talent acquisition.
You're a liar.
Yeah, I know. It's
well, the reason I asked is because you've seen some shit, and I would love to know. I mean, because there's a lot of hype. I mean, there's just a lot of noise. I think that your clients, my clients, our shared partners, there's a lot of confusion, and there's a lot of activity. I'm just kind of curious as to how you are finding your role at Shaker, not just you specifically, but you as an organization, how it's evolving, you know, and what your clients are looking to you for to bring you partner with them in some very important ways, right?
Yeah. Well, what I would say, and I agree with what you're saying, it's at an interesting time in our space, in crossroads. And yes, I've been, as you joked at the start, I've been doing this for a long time to the point that I even know what things are called newspapers. Half your audience, you probably don't even know what it is. God. I know you don't know.
My grandpa actually
digitized.
Digitized the printing at the Louisville Courier Journal,
right? So,
which was bought by the Gannett.
Our industry, if you think, 75 years this July, so we're really proud of our anniversary. We're kicking off at this conference.
Oh my gosh.
We've gone from newspapers to job boards to aggregators to paper performance media. And I think right now we're at this crossroad again where this industry is changing. I know we're going to use the buzzwords that we're going to hear time and time again, but AI truly is changing, right? How candidates are going to interact with our clients.
Yeah.
How our clients are also going to interact and communicate with the candidates.
Yeah.
And the automation and the technology is continuing to evolve. And so I think personally right now that this current state in time, whether you look at it from a candidate experience perspective, candidate attraction perspective, the world is and how much though technology is changing, there's still a human element, which I think is very also important. And one of the things we look at is, yes, you can use it, we need to embrace it on the same breath, right? We also want to take a kind of personalized approach to it.
I think so. I mean, what's challenging is the pressure that many teams are under. Some of the there's a lot of funny memes out there these days, especially around the push for AI. I was watching one where someone was basically getting waterboarded.
Yeah.
And it was like the CEO was waterboarding talent acquisition, like in the water was AI. And there's like, use AI,
use
you
it,
know,
you have
like,
to.
you know, and yeah. But I mean, there is operational realities, which is our teams are flat or headcount is shrinking still.
Do more with less.
Yeah. I was talking about this earlier with Steve Bartel from GEM. It's not just do more with less; it's do a great job. Yep. Like you can't like they're actually leaning in more on quality than they have before. The business has.
Correct.
So it's like do more, do better,
yep,
and do it with less.
Correct.
And I just feel like TA's already been under so much stress, dude. We didn't get to catch our breaths after COVID.
Correct.
COVID was manic, right?
Yep.
And then everybody got laid off at the other side of it.
But I will say that one of the things, though, it is allowing, especially for I think the companies that do it and use it and harness it, right? It also shouldn't be brought in as a replacement. Right? We always say it should make the organizations and should make the teams more efficient and allow us to use in the recruiting process let recruiters be recruiters.
Sure.
Right. And so those fundamental tasks of the scheduling, the quick assessment, right? That part we can automate a little bit more.
Yeah.
And then letting the recruiters, I don't want to say manage more workloads, but be recruiters, help
Sure.
convert. And that's where I think the ones that do it and do it well, right? Bringing the technology, but then also bringing the human element to it.
I hear you. I actually, if I could put it in different words, I think it's scaling the right stuff.
Yeah. Right.
You know, like scaling best practices,
Yep.
And not worst practices. I think that it's helpful. A big unlock that I'm observing. So I do industry research. We just did a study of 350 HR leaders in North America, in the EU and UK, and we were trying to understand what's driving. At the onset, it was what was driving maturity
Yeah.
in AI, but maturity is a misnomer. It doesn't exist yet.
Correct.
So, but what was driving adoption, which is an indicator, right? And one of the strongest signals was AI literacy. And it wasn't the chance, because, you know, like you could have one person that knew how to implement an ATS,
Yep.
or who could run paid advertising,
Yep.
you know, at a program level. AI is different. You need your entire organization in talent acquisition or HR,
Yep.
or otherwise, to understand it.
And embrace it.
Yes, they have to be literate with it and
Correct.
engage with it. It can't
Yep.
just be, it's not like turning on a new.
Don't set it and forget it.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, you
100%.
know. And so I feel like that literacy piece is really important if we're talking about like scaling the right stuff,
Yep.
automating the right best practice, like the right for the right outcomes. I think that we can't find those answers if we don't have an understanding, right?
I agree with that.
How are you all seeing? Are you all doing anything fun? Like I talked to somebody else today. They were doing prompt training for their clients, and they like the biggest webinar that's ever attended.
Yeah.
For them, are you guys doing anything fun with that? Seeing any asks to come on site and do anything?
So we don't do that type of consultation, right?
Yeah.
But we'll take it to the point of the application, and then internally on the communication side of it. I will say though, what we're having a lot of fun of, and what part of the part two is, I think we'll focus our conversation around when you're bringing in that tech. That's part of it. But there's also this Field of Dreams, which Build It, They'll Come.
Oh my God.
And so there is a component, right?
I use that metaphor all the time. I've never heard anybody else.
Field of Dreams.
It's so right.
I love the movie. All right?
Yeah.
Kevin Costner.
Well, as
fan.
a major sports fan, I
I'm with
also.
But there is a part that you still can't forget about, the message.
Yeah.
Right. So, and I know we made a big move recently in acquiring Susan's firm, Exactio.
Mm.
And so,
Yeah.
bringing in that type of consultation to develop the employment.
I didn't see
plan.
that coming, by the way. That was super cool.
Thank you. We're excited.
Yeah.
Susan and her team are fabulous.
Yeah.
And that coupled with our team, I think personally we're excited about the future there. But we believe putting that consultation around creating and crafting that message at the forefront and carrying it all the way through the process, right?
Yeah.
Because this isn't just about recruiting. I use a line that we always also say that's top of my key to recruiting is retention.
Yeah.
In order to keep them, right, we have to carry that employment brand all the way through the process.
Yeah.
Post hire through the life.
Oh, sure. That's when you deliver on the brand
where we're
promise.
going versus obviously consultation around prompts.
Yeah. Well, how are you driving literacy in your own org then? I'm just putting you on the spot, but
No,
because
I
your
mean-
team, as partners, as advisors, they need to have answers.
No different than when I tell our clients we have to use it, we have to embrace it.
Yeah.
And so I think our message to our own staff is the message that I also say is there is no denying it's here to stay.
Sure.
And so how do we harness it? Like when we said digital came to the forefront, when we went from print to digital, it's like, it's here. Now, how is it going to impact our company? How is it going to impact our clients, right? To be determined.
Yeah.
But for those that are harnessing it. So we're asking our staff and our employees to do the same. How are they using it?
Mhm.
And we're using that information, using that data that ultimately then will form our plan.
I mean, for myself, I feel like it has helped me scale myself.
Yeah.
I feel like I can be way more present with my clients because I just have.
To be more efficient.
Yeah. I also now have like a collaborator in my pocket that I can just be like, hey, I use ChatGPT. I'm like, hey, ChatGPT, I'm thinking about this. Am I crazy? And we'll jam out with it and just have like a little brainstorm. And I feel like I wouldn't have been able to have that kind of interaction.
It's a coach. It's a
Yeah,
counselor. It's your own
yeah.
counselor. Your mentor. Yeah, I hear you. I'm using
Not my therapist, though. I
Yeah.
think that's a little weird. It gaslights me for sure. I don't think I would
It's
rely
like,
on it for
you
advice.
need more help. You need more help.
Oh,
Can't help
yeah.
you there, Kyle.
Oh, no, it's worse. It's like, you're fine.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
I'll
You
see what
should
mine
confront
tells
your
me the opposite.
husband.
Like, oh, no, we can't help you. Kyle.
It's like, actually, yeah, you should divorce your husband. I'm like, maybe I will.
Oh my God.
No, I'm just kidding. But I think it is just really helpful to know literally, because recruiting is a very sensitive intersection of like of human interaction and like regulated processes, decision making.
Yep.
I think it's critical for us to know what we can and can't do with it, and what we
Agreed.
should and shouldn't do. Literacy is going to be such a huge unlock because it can't be just one person on the team that has the answers. Your whole team has to be a part of that
Agreed.
change.
Well, it takes a joint effort. for
Yeah.
sure.
What are you most excited about for the show this week then?
Well, we're excited kicking off our 75th. And I really, I use these conferences and time to this community building. There's a lot of great partners, a lot of great organizations, and hearing from both sides, clients or partners, on what's keeping them up at night. And so just definitely listening
Yeah.
and hearing and how we can be better partners for them.
I would really look forward to hearing what you learn. I'm going to keep my fingers on the pulse this week as well. Thanks for coming on, chatting
Hey,
with
man.
me.
Well, thanks for having me. It's good seeing you.
Good to see you too.
I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, bye, Joe. And stick around, kids. We have a packed agenda all week. But I'm done here for a minute, so I hope you miss me.
That's fine.
Never met her.
It's bright.
Is this live or no?
It's live. It is live.
What are we gonna talk about? Can we spend 2 seconds on that?
Yeah, right. That's not porn.
I'm still not sure what Betty does, so don't ask me.
You gotta fucking defer to me on everything.
Yeah.
What are we gonna talk about? I'm gonna ask a little bit of the history. Well, I'm gonna start in RecFest. How's the vibe? What are you guys planning? What are you guys doing at the booth? Then I'm gonna go to like, okay, where's Betty at? How you guys doing? You joined 6 months ago. Where are you guys leading to? How's it rolling? Type of thing. Anything new coming out? Anything that's exciting or not?
I'll double down on the kind of compliance side of it.
Yeah. I think that's a good timing too, because the compliance
I want you to
is
say
an issue right now.
I want you to say something like I brought my team of serial scalers with me, and so we've been able to achieve in the 6 months that we've been here. It's been incredible.
I want you to say, like, Michelle, you're known for doing the course. Say that.
You call me Shelly.
Can you say it?
Oh no, I think Welcome to RecFest Live. We've got some pretty special guests. We've had them on the Purple Acorn Network and the HR Morning Show announcing when Jason was the new CEO of Eddie and you joining as well. So excited to have you. Like, you're some of my favorite people in the space and you always kill it at these types of events. You have the best booths in the industry. So I need you to introduce yourself for the people that don't know each other.
Okay, thank you for having us. Hi, I'm Michelle Meehan. I am the CMO of Eddie.
I am Jason Putnam. I'm the CEO of Eddie.
Well, how about we talk about this particular event, RecFest? Like, what's your plan? Because you're doing something really cool. Like I said, you have the reputation. Every show you've ever done is like, oh, what is Michelle doing? What are you doing here?
So Veti is a hiring acceleration platform, but what makes us unique is we are customizable, either by role or by company. So we're doing customized Converse. We're raffling off 100 pairs. Yeah, over the next 2 days.
He gave me the code. I'm going to get some. Can you, like, sneak me in?
I mean, it's not really like that, but I'll see if you come up in the raffle.
So let's dig in deeper. Veti. What is Veti? You said a little bit, but like in this current landscape, there is a lot of background check companies. Do you fall in that category? What category do you fall in?
I mean, I think we fall in under the umbrella of compliance.
Okay.
I think some of those like background checks are a little bit small for us because we do so many things because we handle everything from the minute you're offered a job all the way until you're active.
Okay.
So that includes, health checks, I-9s, all of that.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So Jason came on as CEO. Big shock. You came from the industry. You came from a different part of the industry. Like, what's been the biggest adaptation of you being a CEO at a company like Veti?
Because I brought my team with me, a team of like serial scalers, that part's been easy. So we've been here 6 or 7 months, and that's really paying off when you kind of know what to do with each other, right? And but for me, the hardest thing in a good way is it's a commoditized industry, but we set ourselves apart. But when it's commoditized, that means people have to have it, and we're so used to like in this industry the ebbs and flows, how the market goes up and down. We're growing significantly where a lot of other companies are not because it's a must-have. And we set ourselves apart. There's really good technology and really good customer service.
Isn't it more a must-have now in this current landscape? Because we're hearing all horror stories of thousands of applicants applying for jobs, but we're also hearing about companies hiring someone that's working at 4 different companies, or they're not even in the country. Like, is this really a big issue that you're seeing with your clients right now? Hence the reason they feel they need a compliance.
Yeah, more than ever, and especially on the healthcare side with the current administration, there's a lot of penalties. The penalties are very, very, very high from the quote-unquote wrong hire. Right, so they're going deeper on the background checks. We see it there. But also everyone's talking about AI, and AI is going to be adapted more by the humans than it is by the corporations. So we're the opposite side of the AI coin, even though we have AI in our technology. You have to be compliant enough to be able to combat the AI that's happening at the candidate level.
What's the when you're talking to customers right now? Like, what's the biggest complaint that you're seeing? Like, what are they most nervous? What gets them to have a conversation with you? Aside from everything that you mentioned, but there's usually a compelling reason of like, okay, I'm using this company for compliance, maybe smaller. Like, What are they complaining about? What's the biggest pain that they're feeling right now?
Most companies, and you'll see this in all of HR tech, and we've seen it, is they want one platform to do it all.
Okay.
And historically, a lot of the quote unquote background check companies have been services and added some tech on. So you still have to do that swivel recruiting right between platforms. So for us, they come to us because it's that all-in-one platform, which drives cost savings. We're also much faster from a technology perspective. And unsurprisingly, most background check providers don't have great client success. And we're so big in staffing that they care about their end client. So we need to make sure we're really responsive because their clients are amazing.
What is your target market? The staffing?
So I would say the thing that our founders solved first was healthcare staffing, which is sort of the hardest one to solve overall.
Even
right?
harder now, right?
Yeah, 100%. So healthcare staffing, number one. Then I would say staffing as a whole, and then healthcare. We're dipping our toe with really great success into things like gig, logistics, and manufacturing. We've got a couple really great success stories there that we're building on, but they're sort of not the actual core of where we're at this moment, but where we're moving toward.
Well, let's talk a little bit about gig, because it's definitely a hot job market, especially in an environment where a lot of people are unemployed, unfortunately, and they see gig as a way kind of in between gig. How do you work with? How deep do you go with gig type workers? Right? Do you obviously you don't want to have a criminal record if they're driving Uber, but like, how deep can you go for them not to lose them in the process?
Well, we have a customer WAG, so it's a dog walking company, right? Because that's like something you're really concerned about. It's like who's taking care of. You have a dog?
Secret, I haven't told you. I have a dog on the way.
Oh.
Yes. In 3 weeks. So we're waiting. We just saw it this weekend.
Well,
His name is Duke. So a dog is coming. Thank you. I'm very excited.
So when you get Duke, you're going to have a passionate love for him, and you're going to I have to do everything to take care of him, and I don't want to put him in harm's way in any way. And so that's what we do for WAG. We ensure that all the dog walkers that are on their platform are safe to be in people's homes, because a lot of times they're being let in, right?
Totally.
Making sure that they have anything against them, against animal cruelty or anything like that. But I think you've talked to them a bunch, right?
Yeah, we are the exclusive background check for them. So we want to, in a gig world, yes, WAG's the client, but ultimately the client is the candidate that's going through WAG. So we want to make sure it's mobile first, which it is, and that the experience is really good. That's one part that, especially on the gig side, when they really care about the candidate experience, they want to make sure nobody likes getting a background check. It's very much a black hole. So we built it, again, kudos to the founders. We built it from the front end to say, we're going to let that candidate know every step of the way where they are. So they're never going to have that anxiety-ridden experience of being in a black hole and not knowing.
Yeah, that's such a good point, because I've gone through many security screening and I have a very clean record, like cleanest record ever. But the waiting, being like, maybe they found something, maybe they stole my ID, and like I already quit my job, like, and now am I going to pass this security screening? And you don't know, it's a black hole.
Correct.
Sometimes it just isn't good. So that is a really big, I guess, feature that you guys have, right, across the board. So you've come in 6 months, the business is growing. The industry is a little bit tough out there, right? Like overall, like what we're seeing in the labor market and everything. But what do you guys foresee in the next year to 2 years? Because we're seeing AI is big. Like, I'm not even going to talk about AI because we all know that story. But like, how do you see this industry transitioning a little bit? Like, and how do you see background screen, like compliance, being a bigger factor in the next 2 to 5 years?
Yeah, we just came back, obviously, from a big HR show in Vegas.
Yeah.
And I think we did 15 analyst briefings. And we were something like that. We were the only ones not talking about AI, and all the analysts love it. And that's really where this opposite side of the coin came in around compliance, being able to offset that. I think the industry is going to do about what it's been doing in aggregate, it has for the last couple of years. But there are going to be certain verticalized aspects that are going to do really well. And it's those highly regulated areas, transportation, logistics, DoD, all those areas where you have to make sure you're screening correctly, but also make sure you're not getting penalized from an administrative perspective.
So as the CMO, this is a big show. RecFest is the pinnacle of HR events, I would say. What's your plan? Like, what is a successful show for you? Because obviously you're doing something really cool, but I'm sure you have an end goal of something you want to accomplish. Tell me a little bit more.
Well, here's the thing. I don't really look at number of leads scored.
Okay.
That is not a metric that I am looking for at these shows.
Okay.
Especially coming to a brand that is super successful but relatively unknown in the enterprise space. So when we go to a staffing show, people are like, "Oh my God, Vedi, I love Vedi, I love Vedi, I love Vedi. Can we get your swag? We love your swag." Here, we're not as well known. So my objective is to get us out, people talking about us, people coming to our booth, people getting to know us, getting to understand that we do have that customizable aspect
Yeah.
in a really cool and unique way with something really worthy to win and it's not like a stress ball. No
So
offense.
that's a really good point because a lot of brands, when they come to these types of events, it's all about okay, we had 82 leads or 72 leads. Should this be a brand building exercise more than anything else?
We've been together for a long time at different companies, and I have always said is brand is first.
Yeah.
Because if you build the right brand engine, which obviously Michelle has done everywhere, the leads become easier to get and the efficacy of those leads.
Yeah,
So
I
when we
agree.
look at an event like this, we say 50% of the spend is brand.
Okay.
And then the rest we look at what it's from an ROI lead gen perspective. But yeah, I mean it's a great event for us, especially as a coming out party on the traditional enterprise side.
So what's your plan? Parties? What are you doing at RecFest? Like, what are you doing next couple of days?
We have a lot of parties planned. We are
Yeah.
going to the Wild Connections party tonight.
You're going to the zoo?
So we are going to the zoo. After that, we're rocking the Riviera.
Yes. There's a couple. There's Cal's BFF's party, then there's the Chen Cheese. You have to go to both.
Oh, I have to go to both.
They're second and third floor. So
Oh,
let's do both.
amazing. Yeah, I hope you'll be there with us.
The last thing I want to see is you go down the fire pole. Well, that's exciting, and this is your first, like you've done RecFest several times, or a couple times with your other brand that you worked for before. You feeling good? Feeling good about the reception that he's getting? The
Yeah, feeling
conversations you guys are
excellent.
having?
Excellent. Yeah, people are really digging the activation. We were getting a lot of traffic at the booth. People are really excited chasing us down to see our shoes and where all the different ones look like. So it's cool.
Very cool. Well, it's always a pleasure having you guys, interviewing you guys. It's been many times over the years. I think I've interviewed each of you probably 5 times each. So this is an honor. Have fun at the show. Enjoy RecFest. And you always have a friend and Purple Acorn. So thanks a lot,
Make
guys.
it easy. Thanks. Let's do a picture.
Yes.
It looks like you're.
John, can you take a picture from back here so it looks like we're being podcasted? Yeah. It's the mics are still live.
Oh, there we go. We're live.
That's
We're
awesome.
still live.
Hello.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Nice. Oh, that was great. Again, always.
Fantastic.
And then I was like, oh shoot, where's the Purple Acorn?
I know.
And I'm like looking for your name on the list, and of course I didn't see the big PA. It was so obvious.
They're supposed to be signed. I don't know why they're not here yet, but anyway.
I saw that bag.
Yeah, that's what we've tried to do to like make sure people can see it.
It works.
So we're gonna do like 15 minutes.
Great.
I'm gonna take this off so that it doesn't make obnoxious noises.
I'm gonna do the same. Let me put this down here.
And I'm going to say, obviously, part of the conversation is going to be about acquisition, about organizational alignment. And so what I'm curious about in this is obviously the A word is happening a lot.
Yep.
But what was it for you that is like the tenets of organizational alignment that speak to you, right? Because knowing you, it's not, well, who's got a check for me, right? It's because you're now investing in this in Shaker as well. So it matters to you. So that's kind of the slant. Does that work for you? But that doesn't need to be the only thing at all that we chat about. I want to say it. And generally, obviously start with three people to a little bit of your like 30-second story, how you got, to doing what you do and how you did it, all that.
Okay, here, let's do this real quick before we start.
Yes.
Great.
Love it.
Oh, those lights are bright.
I know.
Woo.
I'm good. Well, good late morning to you, Susan.
Happy week. What day is today?
I know, Wednesday.
Wednesday. Happy
Yes.
Wednesday.
In our organization at Humoriso, it's Woof Woof Wednesday.
Woof Woof Wednesday.
We post pictures of dogs.
Oh, I have a new dog, actually. We just got in July.
Okay.
Her name is Crosby. I've never been a dog owner before, so this is a new experience.
In your entire life? This is the first time?
My entire life, first dog.
So why?
Because my daughter did 2 Canva presentations begging me for a dog. Yes.
2 Canva presentations.
2.
I mean, I love that.
She was very, very, very persuasive.
She's driven?
A little bit like me, yeah.
I was going to say,
Just a
I don't know
little bit.
where she would get that from. That's
But
so.
of course, guess who's taking care of the dog?
Yeah, right. Right. You sound like my wife. I'm like, you wanted the dog, but you're the one who's trained, not the dog.
That's right. That's right. But I will say her name's Crosby. She's an Australian Labradoodle. She's
you have
real
to
cute.
Text me a picture. We'll put her up on Woof Woof Wednesday.
I will.
So again, everybody get to talk with Susan Lamott today. I would love for you to give a little bit of background on, because it will be surprising, but some people may not know your story. Can you walk us through how you got where you are and obviously ultimately being a part of things here?
Yeah, for sure. So I am Susan Lamott. I am the Vice President of Employer Branding for Shaker. Prior to this role, we were just acquired by Shaker. I ran a company called Exacquio. We were an employer brand and experience consulting firm. I did that for almost 14 years. And then prior to that,
14?
I know, isn't that wild? I have grown up in the space, so I've spent almost 25 years at what I always say is at the intersection of where business meets behavior.
Yep.
So I've always been fascinated about how we have this employment relationship, right? This relationship with work. And we have to figure out how we can have that impact and have this relationship with work, but also recognize we're working for businesses that need to make money and have a mission and all of those pieces. So I spent my whole career in HR, from Marriott to Ritz-Carlton. I spent some time at Anderson, Home Depot.
Yeah.
So I've been everywhere.
So just to pick on one thing you said.
Yeah.
So the interest in this for you, when it really drilled down, is that because you had unfavorable experiences as an employee early on, or was it always kind of something that you were interested in from an educational standpoint?
For me, I've always had a really strong work ethic from being a kid, and my parents instilled that with me. I think I've had over 36 jobs in my life. So I'm 50, 36 jobs. You can do the math.
Yeah.
But I started working at 13. I got fired from my first job. That was an experience. Later on, I was a head cashier for a big drugstore chain called Drug Emporium.
Oh,
I got fired for that job because the safe was missing $20 the next morning.
And they fired you.
I still don't know where that $20 went.
Yeah.
But I think all of those experiences, you realize work is so inherent. Very few people don't have to work.
Yeah.
And so to be able to think about the impact it has on your life, I've always thought you shouldn't do a job because someone says, oh, you're good at it, or
Yeah.
dad was an accountant, so I should be. You should
Yeah.
really think about where that right place is. And
Yeah.
that's why employer brand has always been so intriguing to me.
Fascinating about Drug Emporium. I haven't thought about that brand in a long time. My best friend in high school worked at Drug Emporium in town, and he did not get fired. He should have, but he did not.
It was a very formative experience to work in customer service at a big drugstore.
Yeah. You mentioned also, though, the recent acquisition of your organization. So, as we were talking earlier, the A word is happening a lot, right? There are companies being acquired, scooped up, but knowing you and how much all of what you just talked about matters to your philosophy of work. Why now? Why Shaker? What kind of organizational alignment do you see there?
Thank you for asking, first of all, because I think our space, when we look at the entire HR industry, acquisition's always been a part of growth, especially on the tech side. And there's so much focus on tech acquisition, particularly in this age of AI. And so I think if you look on the tech side, organizations are looking to see where are there gaps in their own tech stack to be able to say, okay, we need to fill this part of the talent lifecycle with a piece of technology. And so that's always powered the tech piece. But I've long argued that we need to be thinking about HR from a strategic lens.
Yep.
And technology is a driver, it's not an outcome, and it's not a strategy.
Yep.
And so that's the space that we've always created at Exacquio, was we're going to come in and help you think about how can you leverage those things most effectively. We were always independent. We didn't have partnerships or referrals for that reason, so that we could be truly independent on behalf of our clients. And so as we've been growing over the past 14 years, I knew there was an opportunity to grow further and farther, particularly with AI, because as a lot of this tech is consolidated, you're going to need strategy. And so I was really looking for, as I was thinking about what the next age of Exacquio would be, I was looking for a partner organization that was strategic, that had a leader that was not only well respected, but that had a place for us, saw the value in our strategy. And I think that's what's key. And the reason why the Shaker Exacquio fit is so great is we really close the life cycle for them. So now Shaker can really truly offer everything across the entire talent life cycle, from deep custom data on the front end all the way through to talent delivery. So we're excited about bringing our organizations together.
I mean, I love it for you, and congratulations,
Thank
by
you
the way.
so much. I appreciate that.
I haven't gotten to do it in person, so congratulations.
Thank you.
But in what you shared, I think one thing that's fascinating to me in this AI age, everything's AI, right? But it's moving so rapidly. It's really hard to have mastery in the area because of how quickly it's moving, right? And so I'm curious, knowing that reality to be the case, and obviously this isn't exclusive just to you. We're all facing this. I was just sharing with someone this morning, a year ago, maybe you had 20% of organizations talking about agentic AI. Now it's table stakes. Everybody's got it. So with it moving so quickly, it's really difficult to sort of think as strategically with as much forethought. How do you kind of help in that, considering that for organizations?
Two ways. One is recognizing that you need the strategy, right? So and I love HR tech, don't get me wrong, but if any HR tech provider comes in and says, we're going to solve this strategic problem for you, it's not. It is, like I said, it's the driver. And we need technology. Tech that exists right now is amazing. I'm so excited about where it's all headed. But we're missing that overlay piece, to say, how does it actually fit? Instead of reverse engineering. So for us, as we think about the role of technology, it has to be this enabler and not the driver, and that's where the strategy piece can come into play. And why I think it's so important to be thinking strategically. The other piece is, if you think about a lot of the HR tech founders, they don't come from HR.
That's right.
And so I've got a lot of scars. So does our team. A lot of us come from in-house. We've been practitioners. So it's not just the traditional sort of startup of, I saw a problem, I interviewed for a job, and it was a terrible experience, so I set out to create a new tech.
Right.
Which is great. That's what startups are about. But strategy is really about understanding the politics of the organization, right? The critical drivers of what the CEO and the board are looking for at that senior most level. And if you do that and you start there and you have a partner like you have in us to think through, how do we take what the CEO and board want to do and translate that and then use technology to enable that? That's where we can be most helpful.
And I find that to be really difficult for a lot of organizations because, and I don't mean this about anybody in particular, just like you're saying about HR tech. I mean, there's lots of great HR tech product out there, right?
For sure.
But I don't know that we do such a great job of
of building up our leadership in HR, in TA, with some of the critical thinking necessary to have even engage in some of those conversations. I mean, what you're bringing to the table is that layer of critical analysis that,
100%.
right, that that too many of our friends haven't been afforded an opportunity to be grown in and
Yeah.
taught. And I don't mean that again as a slight to them. We just haven't really been very effective in doing that for our own.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm sure you've observed the same thing. So what should we be doing?
I think it's the proactivity versus the reactivity. Right now, we are in, as an industry, such a reactive state.
Oh gosh.
You know, the budgets are tight, let's do a layoff,
Yeah.
right? We'll build back. Cut down, build back, cut down, build back. And that might be great short term for the balance sheet, but it does not build strategically your pipeline for the organization. So I think part of it is recognizing when you're in that state, it is really hard to get ahead and think
Yes.
critically
Yes.
because you're reacting to whatever your CEO is telling you to do or your board is telling you. And so I think for a lot of the Fortune 500 organizations that we work with, the most effective way is to shift from this mindset of I'm reacting to at least making time and resource investments for critical thinking
Yep.
so that you can at least get ahead and you're not reacting to say, okay, we'll do a layoff, but you're putting something else as an alternative in front of your leadership. And the best way to do this is with data. I think so much of the time HR reacts to the data they're getting from
Yes.
tech
Yes.
as opposed to saying, what is the data
Yes.
we need, and going out and seeking that. And I'll give you an example. Just this morning, we presented to a client in the healthcare space, and we did a culture assessment for them to help them understand, here's where your employees feel like they currently are culturally, and we have the dimensions that we measure, and here's where they want to be.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that the leader reacts to that and says, oh, shoot, like our employees want to be more, developmentally
Right.
strong.
Right.
We need to shift our culture to be more of a learning culture. No, it's where does the organization need to be?
Yeah.
As a leader, what it did is it helped that particular CEO we presented to say, here's where your employees are. Do you want them to be here?
Yes.
Here's what they need. They're
Yes.
saying they need. Is that, if you give them that, is that going to drive the organization
Right.
forward?
Right.
This is a high growth company.
Yes.
So quite frankly, they shouldn't be putting all their
Yes.
energy into development and learning and growth. It is on the fly. It is taking initiative. And so he now knows, okay, I've got a lot of change management to do.
Yep.
I have a lot of communication to do.
Yep.
That's the critical thinking piece we
And
love.
it's so interesting. Honestly, we could talk for hours, but it's so interesting because sometimes we look at the ideal, and I'm not taking away from the fact that it is the ideal. And so I'll use a different example, right? When you think about health, fitness, health,
Yeah.
and you're like, gosh, at my height, I should be this much weight. My waist should be a 34 or whatever it is, right? For a guy, I don't say 6 foot, I should be a 34-inch waist. Okay. Well, you're at a 44 right now. And so when I show you the data that says 34 is most ideal,
Yeah.
I'm not taking away from the fact that 34 is most ideal, but 44 to 34, that's a journey.
Yeah.
And so sometimes what we do when we look at the data is say, oh, this is where everything's firing on all cylinders, but you're so far away from that in significant ways, that's too much of a jump.
Yeah.
And we have sometimes the process of trying to win people over to say incrementally, with effort and intention, we'll get there. But to try to go from 44 to 34 in a month,
It's impossible.
it's impossible and unhealthy,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And I think that's where, again, I'm curious, do you
Yeah.
find that more leadership is open to that kind of conversation from you and the team?
Yes is the short answer.
Yeah.
However, I think there's two myths we need to dispel. One is that everybody needs to even get to the ideal. So a lot of times, and I've said this over and over, across the years, someone will call us and say, we want to be a great place to work. And I say, for whom?
Right.
Right? Because
Right.
ultimately, we shouldn't all aspire to be number one on a list. If you're going through change or transformation, or you're in a certain place, maybe you're coming out of bankruptcy, it's really important to have the critical thinking around where the org is.
Yep.
And then figure out the strategy for that. So, for example, if you are using your health analogy, if your genetic body type is such that no one in your family is ever going to get to a 34, or quite frankly, you like cupcakes,
Right.
and they make you happy.
Yes.
You have to figure out what your ideal is.
Yes.
And I think this is the problem: is we're so focused on best practices. It's like, oh my gosh, look what that company's doing over there. We want that.
Yep.
I call it the CEO email effect,
Yeah.
where your CEO reads something in the Wall Street Journal or the Economist or Fast Company
Oh,
and says,
yes.
"What are we doing about this?"
Yes. Goes
And
to
then
a
all of a
Vistage
sudden,
group and not. Yes.
it's the
Yes.
flurry. Like, let's
Yep.
create an
Yep.
initiative. Let's
Yep.
have a working team. No one ever stopped to critically think and say, "Well, we shouldn't be doing this,"
Right.
or "How do we know? What are the results here? How do we know that what they're doing is right?"
Yes.
Even though they've got that short-term data that might say that, what's the long-term effect?
Right.
But that's the other challenge with AI is we're losing the opportunity to teach people how to critically think,
Correct.
which is a
Correct.
huge concern of mine. And I love AI and I use it
No,
every
no,
day.
of course. But I think we're seeing the deficit of that. I totally agree with
100%.
it. So, like I said, we could talk for hours. I'm so glad you stopped by.
Thank
Thank you for
you.
doing this as well. And best of luck in these next steps, right?
Thank you. I
It's
appreciate
going to
that.
be awesome. I'm
Thank
so
you.
excited to see the success. Thanks, Susan.
I appreciate it. Thanks for your time. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Right?
T-shirt. Yes.
Awesome.
Yes, yes.
So now
How
you're
are
running
you?
back to the hotel?
No, I just came from the hotel.
You have
So
to go back
I
again,
gotta go
right?
back one more time at 1:48. I gotta go back at 1. I know it's a ridiculous day. I should not have. I mean, you know, when a client says like, "This is the presentation time," you're like, "That's the presentation time." Good. I'm so glad. What's next for you guys?
I don't know. We're jumping in. Hey, Joey. We're jumping into a whole bunch of stuff. So
I'd love
I'll
to.
come up.
Please do. Have you
Yes.
seen the?
Yes,
Oh,
I love it.
I had nothing to. They did an amazing job. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay, sounds good.
Listen, this is no struggle for us to do. You have to. Don't let me keep myself. Are you taking some pics yet?
Thank you. What a good spread.
I'm sorry. This way we can at least have it in front of us while we're chatting.
Smart. Hi, Jada. Nice to meet you. No, it's okay. I don't know anybody, so I'm just like sitting.
Yeah, we're gonna have it in front of us while we're.
Yeah, my interviews are later though. That's like 45. So I've been here since 8. So watch out for the weed ones.
Which ones have we?
The yellow and the purple.
No, it's ants.
I was like, Panda's doing weed drinks? What?
This is a red stick.
Joey, that is our idea. If you take it back, you have to give us credit.
It's microdosing building up.
Microdosing. Good morning, buddy. Good morning. Hello. Mike Wood was trying to distract me by doing the truffle shuffle, and it was not going to work. So I want him to.
I was like, when you're sitting on the mic.
I want him.
Where's the straw?
That?
Have air conditioning on the inside?
We are?
Yes.
Yeah, hand me the mic. Can you hear me?
Oh, give her
That's
this.
not gonna work.
She has to unzip and put that
Wait, can
inside.
you hold it up to you though? We take we take very
Very seriously.
It's a magical experience.
Very seriously.
It's a magical experience.
Joey, don't.
Oh yeah, sure.
Do you need a straw
Hey, can you
though?
guys take a picture of me, like over here, when you guys get a chance? Thank you. He said death art.
Will you grab a straw? Do you mind for Joey?
Oh yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, you just want a picture?
Yeah, yeah. Right here. I love it. Love it.
Yes, watch the poll. Do you? Perfect. Thanks, Jamie.
Yeah.
That's for you. I know
Okay,
you shouldn't have a straw.
absolutely appreciate
Are
it.
you? We're live, right? So, very chill. Very
yeah.
obviously very relaxed. Thank you so much for this, Joe. So, of your team be able to be a part of this, and we have live. This is real food, everybody. This is not plastic. We just had a whole bunch of Panda Express dropped off for us here at the Purple Acorn tent, and Joey Lee here to talk with us a little bit about talent acquisition for the organization.
Yeah.
But while we eat and sip and all the things, and yes, we're going to talk with our mouths full. For everybody who may not be either aware of Panda Express or have one nearby yet, a little bit of the story or the history that you could share with us about the organization?
Yeah, absolutely. So Panda Restaurant Group was founded by two founders, husband and wife, Andrew and Peggy.
Yeah.
And built it from the ground up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have about 2,500 stores now.
2,500. In the last, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Is most of that growth been in the last 10 years?
Yeah, so we average about, probably in the last 10 years, but we average about anywhere from 120 stores
a year. Opening 120.
So
Yeah,
we're consistently growing.
All U.S.?
Yep, all United States, and then we do international as well.
Okay.
So we have Japan, we have Korea, we have the Philippines, we have, we have Latin America. So we're expanding everything.
And are you involved with all of those geographies or no?
Yes. So we're all under the same umbrella. Yeah, absolutely. So
Yeah.
I lead a team close to about 58 individuals now that we do all the recruiting and hiring for the stores.
Yep.
And then we also have Panda Inn, which is kind of our fine dining. And then we do have external franchise that we work with. So Whataburger, Raising Cane.
Yep.
We do have
Oh my gosh. So completely selfishly, I'm in Vero Beach, Florida. I have none of those brands in my town yet. So let's make sure after this that we figure out a way to get at least something on the map there.
Okay. I love that.
Because we're desperately in need. When you say 58, I want to come back to that. 58 people on the team.
Correct.
How do you manage that?
Oh, I get that question all the time. I think when I started at Panda, I started at about 30. And we doubled in size, right? I just have really good person. I'm actually speaking today talking about transformation recruiting. Right?
Yep.
So that's kind of a new breed of recruiters coming out. The entrepreneur mindset, they're strong leaders, they're great communicators, they're AI tech friendly, so they're involved in that. But the business that they own, the region, the market that they run, that's pretty much their business, that region that they support.
Yeah.
So just hiring entrepreneurs.
Yes.
That's kind of like the way for them.
So I love this new way. So I want to.
Yeah.
I know it, and I want to put you on the spot with it because this is a good part of the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that can happen when you hire entrepreneurially for entrepreneurs in a position is that they might realize that they really are entrepreneurs and want to step away and do their own thing. Right. Where is it for you? And I know it's different for different organizations, but for you, the line between expectation, I don't expect this person to stay here for 20 years, and investment.
Right.
I also don't want them to leave in a year because they realize they can open up or want to open up their own thing. How does that work for you? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
How does that work for you?
I love that. I get that question all the time in terms of how do you keep them here, right? At first, it's you have to give them freedom, right?
Yeah.
I think this generation now and all generations in general, what's their mission, what's their values. I always think about that. Like my mission, my values, my purpose in life is to elevate people to the highest possibilities. And how I do that is being an inspirational leader.
Yeah.
So really knowing my team, knowing each recruiter in terms of if they're an entrepreneur, I expect them to have multiple revenue. Gone are the days where I feel that you should just have one job.
Yeah.
You should have multiple jobs.
Yeah.
Think about how many layoffs are there. Like
Yeah.
people are consistently laying off TA, but they have they put all their eggs in one basket. The new generation now are having multiple.
Yeah.
They're doing podcasts, they're doing YouTubes, they're doing all these different things to generate, and that's where I think fractional roles are coming out. But at the end of the day, they should have multiple. And then once you kind of satisfy their needs and say we're open to anything, then it opens up possibilities. So here at Panda, which is kind of aligned to what I currently do, is that we believe anything is possible. We don't need limitations. We don't hire people that has first ego, or if they have limitations, we won't hire them. We don't hire them because we believe everything is possible.
Yeah.
Because our founder built this company from the ground up and believes that it was possible.
Family business.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? And to expand to that many stores and that many brands from a family business is daunting. Do you think the organization still operates in a family way?
Yes. I think yes, they do, which is kind of good.
I was going to say, yeah, good or bad, right?
Yeah, it's a mixture of both, right? It's good because the value, the culture is there. Meaning that I always tell people, once you're in Panda for life, unless you decide to leave. If you ask anybody how long you've been at Panda, 10, 20 years minimum. That's
Really?
minimum. That's
Really?
minimum, right? But at the end of the day, what they've been doing is that tons of internal promotions, 60, 70% of people are internally promoted. I'm external. I've only been there for about a year and about 8 months.
And where were you before?
I was in aerospace. I was working at a startup, one of Richard Branson's company.
Wow.
We're launching rockets. And then prior to that, I worked in 20 years in banking. So I went from suit and ties to joggers.
What a difference, right?
Yeah, totally different.
That's
but
awesome.
yeah, but I mean, in terms of why Panda hired me was that they believe anything's possible. They only know what they currently know, so they have to look for outside talent to bring different ideas in.
Yeah.
And this is how Panda Restaurant Group evolves as a company.
And do you feel pretty empowered to bring ideas?
Absolutely. There's like, in terms of Panda, there's a certain kind of framework you have to work between, because when our clients, so we saw people deliver food, our stores, managers, the operators.
And they were awesome.
Yeah.
By the way, they came and brought big smiles on their faces.
Customers,
they thought this was hilarious,
yeah.
that we were setting all this up. Like, great.
Yeah, and they're very customer-centric, right? But when I'm in front of operators, I dress like operations. But when I focus on TA, I turn into TA. So this is kind of like, I'm not saying I'm wearing shorts at work, but in terms of my shirt, I actually come as who I am.
Yeah.
But I work within the Panda framework. I always tell people, I'm not here to fight Panda. I'm here to help elevate.
Yeah.
And bring my external knowledge and experience to help elevate the brand.
And from a leadership standpoint, that's really interesting because it is possible for organizations that have been around for a little bit to feel pretty strongly that we have made our success. We know what works. And you will need to come in and operate as we operate.
Right.
But you're talking about freedom in a way that is a risk, though, right? Potentially to brand and identity,
right?
To process and how white knuckle to hold on to those things. You know what I mean? Why do you think philosophically the organization? Because when you get to a certain size, it's harder to move that. Right?
Yeah.
Why do you think they're still able to?
Yeah, I think it goes back to like I think I shared with you I worked in aerospace.
Yep.
We went belly up probably year 2. We had 2 failed launches and we went belly up.
Mm-hmm.
And I was doing consulting for about 6 months. I didn't plan to go back in corporate.
Yeah.
If I did decide to go back, it would be at a startup, right? So when I joined Panda, I looked under the hood. They run like a startup. They had probably outdated ATS. They had, didn't have a recruiting workflow. They didn't have process in place. So joining Panda was like, you have to be an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
And Panda, all they do is hire as entrepreneurs. Think about it. They take somebody who works in front of the house, and they build them up. We have the University of Panda, we build them up, and they're running the stores. They have to be entrepreneurs because they're running a business. Our founder started a business and grew the company exponentially, right? So it's hiring entrepreneurs, and that's what makes them successful. But not only that, they always believe in learning more. You can never be satisfied.
Yeah.
So they're consistently pushing in terms of education. They we use landmarks. You know, everybody through landmarks.
Okay.
So working inside your inner being,
Yep.
you can't have an ego looking at people. I think that's one. You have to be humble. You have to be workability. You work hard.
Yeah.
Intensity. You also always have to be on.
Yeah.
But you also have to be entrepreneur.
You know, it's interesting because, and please eat.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
yeah,
want,
yeah,
I don't want things
absolutely,
to get cold.
absolutely.
Jump in, right? When you talk, there's a couple times you've talked about ego, lack of ego, right? And that's difficult to do in an entrepreneurial mindset because part of that mindset can come across as lack of ego, right? Because you're
Right.
driven, you believe things should move a certain way. You're
Right.
entrepreneurial, right? You really want to take the bull by the horns. There's a really delicate balance with ego and entrepreneurial.
Yeah.
But as you look at where the organization's going, and I don't know if you can share, you know, what are the growth levels that are slated, you know, in the next year, 5 years?
We're in terms of we're still growing. We're going to probably open about another 120 stores. The market in the restaurant space is tough right now.
It
you
is
think
tough,
about it.
yes.
People are coming in. They're being kind of mindful in terms of what they purchase. They're probably purchasing bigger meals, like lesser combos. But in terms of we're creating newer products out there, which is great.
Yep.
But in terms of we're focusing on areas, I think you were asking like, hey, think about opening up a store
Yes.
around my area
Right
in
in
Florida,
Vero Beach,
in
Florida.
Vero Beach, right? It's like, I mean,
I hope they're listening.
Yeah, so we're always looking at very strategic places. The good thing about Panda is that we actually buy the land.
Yeah.
And we build on top of it.
Okay.
So it's kind of Panda's also a real estate company, so they're
Yeah,
so
smart.
they have a really good amount. So they don't put their eggs in one basket just opening stores.
Yep.
They're real estate.
Yes.
They do
And
things
you have to be.
internationally.
I mean, really smart
and,
to do it that
and,
way.
And our founder, he's always looking for different opportunities,
Yeah.
which is good. So once again,
Yeah.
he believes anything's possible.
Yes, that's awesome. Well, I thank you so much for hanging out with me and bringing food.
Oh no, this is amazing.
We are going to hang for a little bit and continue to eat some food here, but thank you again, and honestly, best of luck to you. You're doing some great work there already in the year and a half you've been there, so I look forward to hearing more.
I appreciate it.
Awesome,
Thank
buddy.
you.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Joe.
Take care. Good.
Anything in particular?
Nope.
I have some stuff, but
Yeah, let's go whatever you want to riff on.
good.
Thank you so much.
So, hello, my friend.
Hello, my bald brother.
My
from
bald
another,
brother.
From another mother.
The double, what did you call it? Double dome? What, something we are, right?
The double chrome dome. The
Yes.
double chrome dome.
There we go. Chrome domes, everybody, right? So Steve and I have known each other a long time. And again, want to make sure we give the shout out to Panda Express. Thank you so much for providing lunch for us today. We appreciate it. Joe
Thank
Lee,
you, thank you, thank you.
Awesome. So this isn't your first go round.
Where? At RecFest?
At RecFest.
This is my fourth RecFest.
Is it?
Yeah, my first one was 2019 in the UK, Kenilworth.
Yeah.
I spoke on Hung Lee's stage. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe I followed Matt Charney. Shared Charney and Levy back to back. Two people
That's awesome.
who simply have limited filter.
Yeah, I've heard.
We might be the only two people who've been formally banned from joining LinkedIn headquarters, primarily because of what we've called them out. I mean, I did
If it
once.
is, it is.
I did once refer to LinkedIn as the OxyContin of recruiting.
Well, they have moments.
Oh, there's tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be said for that. The bulk of the recruiting world. If LinkedIn went down.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Right. Right.
LinkedIn is down.
Right.
How am I going to
How
recruit?
am I going to recruit?
Oh my goodness. Doesn't that presents a real problem?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, that's like in everything in life. If there's a single source.
I just want to make sure that you're on camera when you're eating. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Go away.
Yes.
I think we've only known Rothberg for I know
mean,
easily 25 years.
Fluid.
Very, very fluid.
Well, but I do want to ask about actually specifically something you just brought up. I mean, we're not. I don't want to say spring chickens, but we're on the back nine.
I don't think
which
so.
Is okay.
Look,
I mean, from a years kind of.
For a year, yes.
But I don't mean in terms of our ability to contribute. Not at all.
And frankly, because there's a saying I use: when you're at your age, you're dead. My dad died last year. Was just barely shy of 101. And I'm not shy. I'm 66.
55.
And I have one of my key mentors, Jerry Chrisman, 78.
Riding around on the scooter all around yesterday. He's so awesome.
And so, my brain isn't going yet. The full CRS syndrome hasn't kicked in. If you don't know what CRS syndrome is, look it up.
Look it up.
But it's what differentiates people like us from others, not just our age, but others is good enough isn't. There has to be a better way to improve things. If it's become a ritual, then you might want to consider breaking that ritual. You again.
I think I have to do this. It's right there.
You have to.
Oh, yes. No, right there. Let me ask you this though. To that end, obviously everything's AI. Techpalooza with AI everywhere. You just talked about, what would happen if a particular platform went down, that sort of thing. When you're providing wisdom, consulting, what's the methodology that you're encouraging when it comes to the balance of rolling your sleeves up and doing a level of work that has to be done and being wise about tech advances that help us do our job more efficiently and productively?
I know they're actually here somewhere. It might be the first time. I'm going to throw a Covey's in that. The only one that I think makes sense to me.
Okay.
It's seek to understand before you're understood. And so the engineer in me, I was an engineer for 15 years.
Yeah.
And there's no such thing as a former Marine, a former Jesuit, a former bartender, or a former engineer. An engineer. And things go back to my first engineering course in September '76. The professor, 100-something, that I've taken with me to this very day is structure begets function. And so if your foundation isn't what it needs to be to build on top of it, eventually something's going to crack, something's going to fall down, something's going to fall apart. And so I don't consider what I'm giving people to be wisdom. But John, the benefit of being older is that we have the memory of youth.
Yes, that is true.
And so I can say I've conducted about 10,000 or so interviews. When I think back on how the first third were and what I was doing, what I shouldn't have been doing, what I was doing, it's kind of cringeworthy. And
yeah, of course.
And so the wisdom is not. Wisdom is merely in these situations. These are some of the things that I used to do. and this is how they manifest themselves. Whereas now, if I do them this way, this is how they manifest themselves. Can you see the difference between the two?
Yes. But you know, we didn't have. I mean, look, we've worked in limited tool environments.
We've
in
worked
the
in
past.
environments in which there was no spend, there was no budget.
That's right.
What you have is what you're gonna use,
Looking
and that's
through
it.
literal books, everybody, of stuff with people's info.
Or
and all.
going to the library,
That's
looking
what
at
I mean.
microfiche,
Yes,
Thomas
yes.
registers,
Yes.
3x5 index cards, opening up envelopes, microfiche, opening up envelopes. We had to use a staple remover to
my gosh,
separate
yes.
the cover letter, which we didn't
my
read
gosh,
anyway,
yes.
from the resume, which was on 40-pound weight thin onion paper, some crap
I mean,
like
right?
that.
Yes. Especially if we were doing international hiring. Yes, we
And
had
yet,
thin.
How did we get information? You know, we might have done things like, the business card bowl thing. You go to a restaurant near a competitor, and the business card bowl. It's like that's a sourcegasm.
Absolutely.
That's a sourcegasm, John.
Some diners, they had the glass topper on top of the Formica, and so people would slide their cards in underneath that. And so you would just scan and look for those while you're waiting for your food to come.
And I remember getting an Instamatic camera and taking pictures of them. Or going to a conference and seeing all the name tags.
Yes.
Click.
Yes. But the pace of tech, all good. The pace of tech has really helped us to capture data quicker, to access data quicker, to have it collated more efficiently. All the good things.
But it's all relative to the previous generation.
That's right.
And so I don't. The only time I'll use it, we used to do it in back then, because I want to get a laugh out. I want to get a laugh out of people. I want to break the ice.
Yeah.
But each successive generation learns to take and not take the previous generation before them. I mean, wisdom, I think, is the ability to listen and just and not immediately go, it's fakakta. He's done.
Yeah. Wait at least 2 minutes before
Well, of course it is. But then kind of like, wait a second, let me just stop for a second. Let me deconstruct how I do things, incorporate some of the stuff that I'm being given. Let's see if it makes sense.
Yeah. Listen, when we're here at RecFest, and we've got a minute left, but when we're here at RecFest, there's so many folks that are here who they're still in the sunrise of their career in recruitment.
Yeah.
And I love that. And not big wax philosophical, but Steve, 30-second wax philosophical. They're walking around, big-eyed, taking everything in. You come up next to them and you say what? What would you tell them?
I say, hi, I'm Steve. Are you having fun?
Yeah. Why?
Well, if you're not having fun doing what you're doing, find something else to do.
Yeah. Seems so silly, but it's a great question.
And then I may say, like, you signed up with this thing, you came down here. What are you specifically hoping to learn you don't know?
Yes.
And I'll say, they'll tell me what it is, and I know who's speaking. I'll say, go see them at this. Just listen, just ponder whatever rich. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. Future capabilities of TA in the AI era. We do so many things that are ritualized.
Yes.
Like we don't give feedback. Why? Well, we may get sued. Have you ever been sued? No.
You're right.
Seriously? He's killing the shit. He's great. It's like the Knopf. Speaking of silly.
He's on after you.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Oh, you.
What?
Yeah. You would just say that.
I didn't get a kiss on my gums.
We love it.
I mean, seriously. And it's like, what are you hoping to learn?
Right.
And occasionally I say, look, if you want to have some great, we talk about things.
Yes.
If a speaker something resonated with you, and you may not be, and you don't want to go up to them, I'll introduce you to them.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, that's part of what the community.
That's right.
And that's what we do. John, you and I have been to enough conferences together. You see how there's a whole group. we're family.
We're happy to see each other
And we
every
help
time.
each other, and it's
Yes.
not,
There's no
it's
competition.
none whatsoever. So what can I do to make it easier for you?
Yeah. Yes.
That's the essence of what makes a good profession. In terms of, what makes the profession better is good enough is not good enough.
Yeah.
And what if, play the what if game, what if LinkedIn goes down? What if something happens and it's down for 2 months? What do you do then?
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
And or what resources will you know you can go to? Who will you call? Because that's part of the community as well.
What are you going to do when you go into a debrief meeting and everyone is positive, but the head honcho says, you know what, John, I just don't think Steve is a culture fit.
Right.
Are you going to ask the question? Are you going to go, okay, it's the boss, or are you going to go, John, why do you think that is?
Right.
What questions did you ask, and what were their answers that led you to that conclusion?
Correct.
Well, I didn't really ask it. It's a feeling I had. It's gas.
Yeah.
Okay? It's gas.
It's gas, ladies and gentlemen.
So that's not good enough.
And with that, Steve Leaf, the best. Thank you for hanging out with me.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
We could probably.
We're going to go only 10 minutes to make up time because he's got to get to his stage anyway. We're on.
We're on.
Hello, my friend.
Hello. Sorry about earlier.
Why? You kissed my head.
I know.
I mean, I'll take that.
Always, every day.
Here with Chris Long, everybody. Give the 15-second "Who are you" thing.
Oh, Chris Long, global advisor to practitioners around the world on anything tech, processors, advisory. That's pretty much me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome. Who is like one of your favorite people in the world that you're sitting with at a table right now?
So I don't know whether anyone knows John Baldino, but yeah.
I just, I know that was very specific, but
Yeah,
I just want to
yeah.
make sure.
Where's Maren? She's not here.
Oh, she'll text me. She's always watching. Genuinely, right? With the work that you are involved with in terms of what you just described, when you come to an event like RecFest,
Yeah.
which you've been at
Yes.
before,
Yeah.
why does this
Yeah.
matter?
I think the reason it matters is community, and I think that's how this event is leading on. Right, it's community first. This is their show.
Yeah.
But that's why it matters. So whether you're out of work, in work, the community is there to support you. So yeah.
So, do you think? Now I'm going to come out at the other end,
Yeah.
because I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
When you have as much going on out here regarding tech, AI,
Yeah.
right, all the things,
Yeah.
does that get in the way of community?
So I don't think so. I think this is a unique event, right?
It is. Yeah.
I mean, I describe it always as the Coachella of recruiting.
Yeah.
Right. You've got the blue skies, so you're not in Vegas underneath and in a carpet hall, this, that, and the other. So it leads people to have different conversations.
Yeah.
So no, I don't think it does, if I'm honest. And I really do like. Obviously, I do both events. This is great because it's obviously just building. It still feels compact, but yeah, different. Yeah.
So from a data standpoint, though,
Yep.
one of the things that I think sometimes recruiters are guilty of,
Yep.
is a immature view of data.
Yep.
And I don't necessarily mean database of sourcing.
Yep.
I understand that. I'm talking metric.
Okay.
You'll have things like time to fill.
Okay, yeah, yeah, love the time to fill, or quality of hire, shall we
Yes,
say? Yeah,
can we? Right.
yeah, yeah,
So that's what. Yes, what we're still talking about those things.
yeah, yeah.
We still have folks that are walking around right now whose compensation is affected
Yeah.
by time to fill.
Okay, I didn't actually realise that.
So it's
So,
one of their performance metrics,
oh, okay, yeah,
right?
okay,
So for bonus or for
yeah,
comp increase, whatever it might be.
yeah.
So what are we doing wrong with this?
Well, time to fill and quality of hire, both ambiguous
Yeah.
in themselves. So, what is time to fill? Is it the time that you open the rec to onboard, or when you start recruiting? So, it's not when you open the rec; it's when you start sourcing.
Yep.
To offer. There's so many variations in the metric itself. I, I don't like the metric, and then the quality of hire. I don't understand why recruiters have ever got quality of hire in their wheelhouse.
Yes.
Because what is quality of hire? Give it to the hiring manager.
Yeah.
That should be their
Yes.
metric, right?
Yeah.
Their data point.
So why is that the case though? I don't disagree with you, but why it's not moving?
But again, so what is quality of hire? You asked so many people. Yesterday we were at the RL summits, right? People are talking about quality of hire. You go, what is quality of hire? Oh, it's because we hire the same as this guy. Well, what does that mean? That's a culture thing, right? No, surely. Right. And just because we hired this dude from Google, is this dude the same?
Right.
Like, so that's why I feel that these two data points shouldn't be data points in a recruiter's
So if
wheelhouse.
you could replace quality of hire and time to fill
Yep.
for what would fall on a recruiter's desk,
Yep.
right? What's their responsibility? What would you substitute it with?
I'd probably look at pipelines, right?
Okay, what do you mean?
And then going back to community here, build your community in engineers, right? Get those people to want to work for the company. So the pipeline, do you know what I mean?
Yep.
That's what the quality of pipeline, if you want to still have quality.
Yes.
That people are then talking, even though they're not working for you,
Yeah.
they could be still repping you going, these are great. They've got
But there is not one company. Now,
No?
I'm not
No?
saying I know all companies.
No, me too.
Please, nobody at me when you see this. I'm not saying I know all companies. I have never run into an organization measuring quality of pipeline.
No.
Have you?
No, no.
So why not? Like, how can we sort of sell this idea?
So I think it's the ideal time to sell new ideas,
Yes.
right?
Okay.
Everything's changing.
Yes.
AI's here,
Yes.
right? How are we looking? What are we building for, right? Why are we not looking at the way that we do our jobs? So let's embrace AI and say, yeah, it's going to take sourcing. What else can we do? How can we supplement what this has taken away from me and me concentrate on quality of pipeline?
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So just let's tear the book up. It's here. Let's move it forward.
So, I mean, I agree with you that the time is now.
Yeah.
Because I think there's so much transition happening
Yeah, definitely.
within talent acquisition.
Agreed. Yeah.
And one of the things that I'd love to get your thoughts on as well is the soup of acquisition.
Okay. Yep. The soup. Okay. Yep.
I mean,
what's in my crock pot of acquisition?
Ooh, we've got to brand that. That's a hat. That's something. It's a cover of a journal.
Yeah.
A crock pot of acquisition.
Yeah.
So my question to that is, genuinely, we have some folks here that have just acquired somebody who's in a booth across the way from them.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, all
yeah.
those things.
SAP and smart
Yeah,
recruiters.
yep. And we had Exactly on earlier with Shaker. We've got all kinds of things happening right when it comes to that. Speaking of, so my question for you though is why we've got so much love, community everywhere. With all the acquisition, how do you maintain integrity, philosophy of the premise of the organization? Most of them are speaking about the talent recruitment, talent of rec ops, talent acquisition, branding. How does that maintain when it feels like it could feel like it's a money grab? It's an acquisition grab for the sake of grabbing.
So go against that. I don't think it's an acquisition for the sake of grabbing, right? Especially this one. that we talked about with smart recruiters, they're buying better.
Yeah.
Look, I've never ever been against success factors ever. You can ask anyone.
Yeah.
I think it's right for certain organisations, but it's not right for others.
It's not.
But what they are buying with this piece of tech is another piece of the market. And now what you're going to have is success factors driving smart recruiters
Yes.
and going in and selling. So this mid-market now will have a different sale than what they've had before.
And it's interesting because I mean, you and I mean, Chris and I are great friends, so we talk all the time about stuff.
Yeah.
But I hear what you're saying there, and I agree. And then I think about, and I will get added for the tag for this.
Yeah.
When I think about, say, the Paychex Paycor acquisition,
Yep.
where I think Paycor is a step up.
Yep.
From a tech standpoint for them, for sure, it's more nimble
Yep.
than the sort of legacy product of Paychex.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't seem that they have found alignment yet.
But and that's the we know this though, right? That it's going to take 18 months for any acquisition, to be embedded into a process. So, especially if you're going from legacy system to new age system, that's going to even be longer.
Yep.
Hopefully, the acquirer is taking that on board.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
And none of their customers are affected with that. That's what I hope.
Yep.
Because it's going to be a big transition for all of them.
It is.
Do you know what I mean?
It is.
Any of these acquisitions. But it's going to take time. And the longer it takes, hopefully the better it is. Like when Cornerstone acquired Skyhive.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It took a lot, but what an integration.
It is a great
for
integration.
now Galaxy.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So
yes. We're not great with patience all the time.
No. Well, we're not allowed to be, though, are we?
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like we need this now.
Right. We're hearing, especially if we want to be patient, we're getting it from chain of command.
Yeah.
100%.
So we can never design strategy. We can never design a process. We can never design a framework. It's always reactive.
Yep.
So maybe take a leaf out of that book and just take your time.
Just
Push
take
back.
your time.
Do you know what I mean?
Because it is going to work longer, better, if you give it the patience.
Correct. Yeah.
All right, we could talk for hours.
Yeah.
Chris Long, everybody, 100% what I'm about to say. Please follow him on LinkedIn. Everything he puts out is gold, so please do.
Thank you very much, John.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.